Thank you. So I call to order the committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, the 8th of June at 6:01 p.m. in the boardroom of Old Park Road Forest High School, and ask for roll call, please.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Dr. Maharaj. Mr. Arkin.
I'm here
Dr. Livingston.
without a,
Mr. Greenhouse.
Yeah.
Mr. Kowski.
Here.
is that what it is?
It's fine. You're right. Okay. I moved out of closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors involved in specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employer or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one class of employees, and the selection of a person to fill a public office as defined in the Open Meetings Act, including a vacancy in a public office, when the public body is given the power to appoint under law or ordinance, or the discipline, performance, or removal of the occupant of a public office when the public body is given the power to remove the occupant under law or ordinance. Yeah, but
Second.
and the roll call, please.
Dr. Maharaj. Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Greenhouse.
Yes.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes. Go.
Yes.
Good evening. We are resuming open session for the committee of the whole meeting. And so our next order of business is public comment. Please limit public comments concerning matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education to 3 minutes. This section is not intended to be a dialogue with the board, and any response time will be up to 2 weeks. Lisa, do we have any public comments?
No public comments tonight.
We have no public comments. Thank you. Our next agenda item is approval of the minutes. I move to approve are there any changes, edits, or suggestions before I bring the minutes forth? Nope. Okay, I move to approve the May 11, 2023 committee of the whole minutes as presented. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, the ayes have it. And I will now turn it over to Dr. Johnson. And you have something to start us with?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, Tom. I have some, for those of you who have not yet heard this, I have some horrible news to share. Earlier this week, our district lost our director of buildings and grounds, Fred Cruz, who passed away. Fred Cruz had been the director of buildings and grounds for several years, I think 13 years total. He had a courageous battle with cancer that he lost. And he is a man who absolutely loved this building, took great pride in how it looked. And in fact, one of his last comments to me was, "Take care of my building." And so in honor of Fred, I would like to just pause for a moment and have a moment of silence, if you could, please. Thank you. Thank you. Fred will certainly be missed here. And with that said, we can go on with the agenda as written.
Thank you. So our next section is instruction. And we have 2 items in instruction. Dr. Johnson, are you gonna?
Yeah, first up is our Alternative Learning Opportunities Program agreement. We are bringing this to the board for first view. We'll bring this back in 2 weeks for approval. Dr. Applewhite, who oversees our multi-tiered system support program, has taken over administrative leadership of this. Just as a way of quick introduction, this is an item that comes to the board on an annual basis. And there are no changes really from how this has looked in previous years. So this is, as far as this program is concerned, business as usual. I'll turn it over to Dr. Applewhite if there's anything additional you want to share before the board can ask questions.
No, there's nothing extra.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay.
All right, thank you. You'll see this again in 2 weeks. Next up is our Ombudsman Alternative Education Services Agreement. Our principal, Selena Parker, is going to come up, and she will have a little bit more information to share about this program. This is a bit of a shift from how we have approached this in previous years, and Ms. Parker is going to give some context to that and ask a few other comments.
Jonathan.
Open up for questions. So, and it looks like he has some technical difficulties here. So
Yeah.
No, we're okay.
We're good.
We're good.
Are we okay?
Keep going. Yeah.
All right, so Ms. Parker, I turn it over to you.
Yes, and I wanted to be able to share this, but I'm gonna,
Get your mic, please.
oh, yes. Good evening, everyone. So The proposal that's before us now is in regards to the ombudsman program, which we started using this school year as a way of credit recovery, alternative education for students who need a separate placement from our school in order to complete their credits. I don't know if you remember from when I presented the last time on ombudsman, it is really about credit recovery. So it's really for your upperclassmen, like a senior who is risking a 5th year of school, or a junior who is severely off track, as a method of earning credits so that they can graduate and get a diploma from our school. Hopefully in the amount of time of 4 years, but if they need an additional year, we also serve there. Before last year, we were solely using Menta. And Menta program differs from ombudsman in that they offer a smaller learning environment, but it's more of a wraparound service that they describe their program as. What I had noticed in our data from attendance as well as credit retrieval and recovery, that our students weren't accelerating at the pace that I thought they could in that program. And so even in having a little bit more oversight in it and setting in our last contract that students who say had truancy there would be sent back to the school so that we could try other mechanisms, that was not necessarily happening as it was supposed to be happening. And so I wanted to research other options for us to use, because ombudsman is not a place where I would send a freshman or a sophomore who needed other, it's not a traditional school setting. So I would not send someone there who needed wraparound services. In the ALOC grant that was presented as well from our equity division, we also have access to our West 40 Safe School, which is more of a traditional school setting, but it's an alternative. They only have up to 30 students there. That to me is going to serve our students a little bit differently than they were being served at Menta, and have a little bit more attention onto them in that place, as well as more teachers who rotate in with the students than is currently staffed at Menta. And so what I prepared for the question that I had received, which I want to show, but I don't think I have saved it to show it.
That's the same chart on board docs?
No.
No.
No, it's a different one. I put this chart together specifically on the question that Ms. Cropsey sent, which was about what was the concern that we were seeing at Menta, just in terms of cost. And I'm going to highlight this just because I think it's important. We were paying at one time for slots for Menta, whether we filled them or not. The district paid for those slots. We started at 16 slots. And when we first started this in 2017, 2018, we used to pay $67 per student, per slot, per day. And it's always calculated at 176 days for the school year. So imagine in 2017 for 16 slots for the entire year, the district paid $188,672. Okay. Each year it would increase by 2%, until we realized we were not filling our slots. We didn't have 16 students there throughout the years, but we were still required to pay. So we lessened our slots. Once we did that, the cost went up. So we were then, for 10 slots, charged $95 per student per slot for the 176 days, which the first year we did that was 2021, which was 10 slots at $167,200. Again, because of the changes in the way we are doing our PSS referrals, as well as the disciplinary restorative system, we're not sending 10 students to Menta each year, but we're still paying for those slots. So this year we went to a per day, per person who's there slots, and the cost jumped to $130 per student per day, but you're only paying for who is there. So the cost for this year, what we budgeted for was a maximum of $114,400, but we did not reach that because we did not send what I was budgeting for, which was 5 students for the entire year there. So the cost is going to come in less than $114 for this year at that particular site. And then the cost at ombudsman to send a student for the entire year for the credit recovery is $7,000. I think it went to 7,210. It was 7,000 this current school year. And we had 4 slots there. I'm asking for 4 slots again at ombudsman, plus pairing it with the West 40 Safe School as opposed to Menta. West 40 Safe School will be $115 a day per student. You don't see that here because it's part of the ALOP grant that came through that services. So that just gives a different idea in terms of cost effectiveness, plus the services I was seeing in the data that was being rendered by attendance as well as credit recovery. And that's what motivated me to go towards a different option for this year. And I can send you that, the chart that shows the breakdown for each year, starting from 2017-18 school year.
Right?
Okay, so your suggestion is that we're gonna be out of Menta in its entirety, or we just.
So I am investigating with them the ATS program, which is the alternative to suspension. So the way that works is any student who is suspended 4 or more days out of school suspension is allowed to have some type of assistance with schoolwork while they're out. Menta provides that. So this year, Menta is providing that for us for $130 a day per student per day. They are still open to doing that. I'm still open to considering that. Ombudsman doesn't do that because of the way their credit recovery program is structured. They don't do that. But West 40 Safe School does as well. So what I'm working on for July is to see the comparison between what Menta would be willing to do to what West 40 could be able to do. So I can see if who we will use for ATS, one of those schools I will bring forward.
So for the past, just the current school year,
Current.
just ending. You know, what number, do you know the number of students, a rough number of students of that?
Who were at which school?
Which would fall into that category?
The ATS students?
Yes,
My goodness, I don't believe we sent more than 5 throughout the school year. And when I say 5, at any one time at the school, there's never been any more than 5 that have been there. And most times students don't, when we had offered them to use it as ATS, they weren't taking it up as an option. So students were declining the offer to go to the school for the additional assistance during that time. Or I had students who would go for 1 day of their out of school suspension and then decide they didn't want to complete their time there and made other choices for their time out.
and then these are not, the ombudsman credit recovery program is in addition to what we do within the building, right? These are for kids that cannot participate in our in-building credit recovery.
Correct, meaning, and that means they've exhausted it. So these students, it was tried here in the building. We were not successful in getting them to sit in our program and actually take the classes. So then we looked to the outside setting. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. I will also mention that between West 40 and Menta, that is also the site if ever we have a student who is expelled from school too, that we give the option of attending an alternative site during that time when they're expelled. So we do have one student right now who is started at Menta, but is not there any longer as a result of some other shifts.
No, if they're expelled and they go to Menta, do we pay for that?
Yes, we do.
District pays.
And we do that as part of our program in terms of abeyance, if you remember, yes.
And if he leaves and decides to go somewhere else, do we pay for that or?
No, not unless it's through a extended service because of an IEP or so, but not if the student doesn't have an IEP, we do not.
Thanks.
This will sound like a dumb question, but I'm sure ombudsman is not a stranger to you and your team, and you have confidence in their ability to deliver at least a better quality as meant to.
Yes, and in the board report that you do have, those stats that you see in the charts there are of the students who are currently taking. So we've had students who've gone, completed what they were supposed to complete. Some have returned, and we're going to try senior year here. So we had a student who successfully completed what they needed to for junior year. We're going to try back in the building senior year at ombudsman. And then I also have some students who completed at ombudsman, and you'll see them highlighted in your data. Those are students who graduated and will receive a diploma from us because they completed their 43 credits. Mhm. And to Fred's question, I will have the Menta data. I have it, but it's going to be part of the report that comes in July, if that's the site, in terms of what each of those students were and how many were ATS versus how many were students who were placed there. Mhm.
Other questions? John, I don't see John. So I'm gonna ask a question for our new board member, for our new board members. Really, it's because I've been here 10 years and I've learned and figured out a few of the puzzles, but this is one I haven't.
Okay.
Okay, so it seemed, I mean, there's a lot of pieces in this of students that are placed outside for different reasons as part of different, purposes and causes, et cetera. So the way you look at it is probably different than the way I look at it.
Mhm.
And I would like to help paint that puzzle. Part of it is that, and then the second part is that it seems like there's some deja vu here, because I think, were we with ombudsman before Menta? So we kind of go through these cycles. So I'm looking for a picture that is not only longitudinal in terms of what the pieces are, but also how are we changing over time? So just because there's a lot of pieces here. And they, even the comment that the first proposal is the same, right? But now we're going to be using some of those services, so it's not the same.
Well, this one is not the same.
No, but I mean, but some of the services provided, I think we're going to be looping back into. Is that correct, or did I miss that?
So when you say some of the services that Menta will loop back into?
No, at Westport. Oh,
At Westport Safe School.
yes.
Okay, so first and foremost, imagine that as time changes and student needs change, I think these always have to be evaluated. I don't know that any one school is going to be the school where we're going to say this is it forever. So you are right. I have been told that ombudsman was used in the past at this district, but not since I've been here. And I know that when I got oversight over this, I started to look at why is this costing this and what it's about. I am very much an understander that this is a business too. Like, these are businesses in terms of where we're sending our students. I'm looking for also a place that's invested in our students moving forward so that they can get what we've promised them, which is their education, so they can get to their post-secondary next step. So I understand I'm going to have to pay them, but I want to pay the person who's going to be really working with our students in the area that they need to move them forward. So by saying that, different students have different needs. I have some students who truly just need to earn their final 4 credits so they can get their diploma, but there are too many distractions here at the school, and that's not happening. And so we try to find a better fit for them. And that's what happened with those students who were able to graduate through going ombudsman. They needed 4 credits. Like, this was not, they missed the high school experience or they were being ripped from it. They were not acclimating well to their own admission, to their peers. Like, these were, what do we do at this point? With the Menta, we are looking for students who are younger at times, like think a sophomore who has had some type of concern here at the school that has kept repeating. And when you think about our restorative system that works with students and it's progressive and as it builds, we start to realize we're not servicing that student here. And if we keep them on this track, we get them to the point where they're at a senior and they're a deficit of 20 or more credits, and we're like, wow, what do we do now, right? When we saw that there was a concern earlier, and like I said, with the junior who went to ombudsman, maybe if we can pause this for a minute, get some success in earning credits so that they can see what that is in a less free, when I say free in terms of just being able to get yourself and do those self-discipline things we know it takes to get through this building, then they experience some success and then can come back and want to keep replicating that success versus the place they had left when they had left. This is through conversation with parents. We don't just take a child and move them there. We actually work with parents, work with students, figure this out, visit the school, meet with the people so that they can see that this is a better fit. And then we always reevaluate. And then our staff always visits our students at these different sites as well to see how things are going. So at West 40 Safe School, it's an actual school building. It's an the bell rings, kids switch classes. It replicates more of our environment here than Menta does. And I think that helps some of our students to remember that this is school and then how school works, but how it works in an environment that's a little bit more structured so that they get the idea of how to meet the marks that they're supposed to, along with receiving the wraparound services that are just embedded in the school there. So it's not a separate program where you go out and get help for it. The teachers are all trained and prepared to work with students, understanding that they have concerns and that they're working with the students to try to overcome those concerns, teach different skills and strategies so they can acclimate back to the school. The idea for a student who's not a senior that we're just recovering is that they can come back. So we want that to happen, but we want them to come back successfully. We don't want to bring them back here into an environment that will still be less structured than the one they were just having success in. They have to know how to navigate that. And if they don't, they experience that same issue when they come back to the school. And that's what we're trying to alleviate. So again, we haven't yet had a chance to see where the ombudsman will take us because of this year, but we will see that when our student returns, who went there last year.
And can you confirm where physically are West 40 ombudsman and Menta? Transportation, I mean, where, you know, there.
Transportation is a thing, yep. So Menta is in Oak Park on Madison Avenue, and we do provide transportation for students to get there. Ombudsman has several locations throughout the entire Chicagoland area. The one we have access to is in Skokie. So we actually do have bus services that take our students to Ombudsman, and they begin at 10 a.m. So we are able to have access to buses after the morning rush and get our students with no issue to and from the Ombudsman location. The West 40 location is new for next year, but we will have transportation. We're trying to work out, it is in Maywood. We're trying to work out whether or not that will be through Venture Card or whether that will be through bus transportation like school bus that we will work out as well. If we say Venture Card, that will still be something we provide here at the school for that to happen.
When you say bus service, you're talking about an outside contracted service.
Correct.
Not our own little mini.
No, correct. Mhm.
The transportation of the example, I'm just not sure I'm reading this right. So the numbers I'm seeing here are the fiscal year 23, the cost is 28,840. Estimated transportation is 15,000. That I feel like I'm not understanding.
So I've estimated it there because, as I don't know if you all are aware too, that buses in this environment that we have now has been very difficult with our bus service. So we are going to be looking at a different bus service for all of our external busing needs in terms of to sporting events and all of that. This is also wrapped into that because whomever we pick for that will be the same company we would use for this.
So is it then, so the 50,000 estimated transportation cost is not just for this program, it will cover multiple things that we're doing?
No, this would be just for this, and it's just an estimate, imagining if there were 4 kids who needed to be. To me, it's a higher estimate than it's going to be because we don't know what that contract is going to be just yet. Usually I'm able to break it out for you with how much it's going to cost per student. We don't have that yet.
It just kind of throws me, the transport costs more than the education.
Exactly. Yes. Mhm.
Well, not only that, but you know, I guess the question I have is as we move from local
Mhm.
to Skokie, that's an hour or what, I mean, you're spending 2 hours a day. I'm guessing, transporting to school.
To and from
To
school.
and from school, and how much of a deterrent, you know, I mean, from an attendance standpoint, for me, I'd be it'll take a little more to get me on a bus for an hour each way, each day.
Yes. So imagine though, this is a student who is on I need this to complete my mission of high school. So this is not our average student who walks our hallway here. This is a student looking for an alternate option to like getting this done. So there's a different hunger to getting this done, and they don't have, it's not as though they're leaving at 6 a.m. and the school day is, it allows them the time to get to and from, and it's still not outside of the school day time that it would be here. So it's just a different goal that they're trying to reach. That's all. And so far, as you can see from the data here, you can see their attendance as well on the charts that are here. Students are attending.
Okay, other questions on this proposal? So this will be brought back to us in 2 weeks for approval. And the ask is really to help understand the whole picture.
Okay, and I will send the information.
Okay,
Thank you.
appreciate it, thank you. That concludes our instructional items, so we now shift to finance. And
I was jumping into it, go ahead.
you can take the ball, finance related services contract.
All right, thank you. First up is, the related services contract, Andrew Newton, our director of special ed is here. This is a contract that is an annual one that the board for approval for services. And Ms. Newman, if you could, why don't you introduce what this is and why you bring this to the board every year from a high level, and then we'll turn it over to some questions.
So the following related services listed in the chart are services that they wouldn't require a full-time employee of the district, but due to the level of need of students with IEPs in the building, we contract these services out for these 3 related services. On an annual basis, we look at these contracts. And there is no change in rate from last year on any of the contracts.
This is really like a very minor question, but you may not know the answer yet. So my son, when he was at Homes, they had a large motor room briefly, and then that went away during construction. So on, and I'm just curious, within our facilities renovation, whether there will be the opportunity to bring in any of the occupational therapy, physical therapy stuff in-house. Once we have facilities developed, I just wondered whether that was part of the conversation.
So this is actually a topic I love to talk about, because when I came into this job, it was a big, kind of fell into my lap having to look at this. And in project 1, all of our facilities were redone. And so our occupational therapists and our physical therapists now have their own office where they can put all of their equipment, which, if for people unfamiliar with those 2 jobs, has very large equipment needs and a lot of like standards and different equipment that they use. So it used to be housed like in the hallway of our teen program, which for a lot of reasons, which is not conducive for students in wheelchairs trying to get through there. But now they have their own office. And in addition, we have a sensory room dedicated to students to create sensory diets for all of our students on a spectrum of needs that we're working on furnishing. Will be fully furnished next year with a schedule, and our occupational therapist works really closely with developing those sensory diets. And anyone is welcome to come take a tour anytime.
Any other questions on the specifics here? My question is this: these each have, they're a rate-based contract with a range in dollars. So it's my understanding then, and that's the threshold, that if you exceed those dollars, you have now you need to take different action, correct?
So historically, these have stayed the same. It's just the typical need of students that come into the building. For example, if we look at the physical therapy hours and rates, and those are negotiated with the people that come deliver those services in the building and based on students' minutes on their IEPs. But you know, some, with special education, we could have student come into the district that has significant needs in one area, and we may need to increase it for whatever reason. That's, you know, it could depend, and then we, all of these are funded through our IDEA grant. So if the needs change and the amount, get dollars allocated to it, we could amend the grant and ask for more money based on, you know, in the grant and amend the dollars and move it around that way.
You amend the grant, but this is, you know, the board is approving a contract for a certain dollar amount. So if that dollar amount is exceeded because of changing student needs, et cetera, what happens? Or, I mean, have we?
So I don't believe, like, these contracts, and Cindy, maybe, you know, but historically they've stayed pretty standard and the need has stayed the same. So I'm not sure if you.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're not, I mean, if a contract says we approve $50,000 and you spend $51,000, you've exceeded the authorization given. Now, there's some leeway in policy. I just want to make sure, again, from a policy standpoint, that we're not approving X and you're spending Y without, I mean, that's the board's job is saying, yes, we granted you authority to spend what is in this. It's really the ultimate dollar value that's in this contract. So if we exceed that, that means like any other process where you're about to violate a contract.
So it would be where, excuse me, so what would happen with that is, you, like Andrea said, she would amend the grant. Then she would also bring it to the board that we needed to have an increase to this contract, right? Yeah.
And I just want to make sure, because the grantee is one thing, the board is another.
Correct.
They may say great, but okay, perfect, thank you. Next up is the Always Medical Transport contract.
Okay, filling in for this one in lieu of Carolyn Dust is, I think, Cindy, are you taking this one, right? And this also was an annual contract, so I don't know if you have anything by way of explanation you want to fill in.
Sure. So what this is basically transportation for medically graduate students. Currently, we have two. And this is for two students. We put it in there approximately because again, we don't know if we would have any other students for the year, and it would be the exact same process. If we do, we would come back to the board and say we need an increase because we have individual trials who needs to be on the bus. There is no increase over from last year. And also too, just so you know, we also get reimbursed 80 to 90% into our transportation services.
Sorry, I didn't understand that. You think we're a transportation claim, that's that
So we have a transportation claim that we do annually, that we get reimbursed funds.
from the state.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So the contract itself, in this one, just has a rate in it. So we're just approving that you're paying the price for something and we're not approving what we're spending.
It's the rate, and it's the rate that we always use with us. That's how we've always written these contracts. They wanted our template we've used from year to year. So the reason it doesn't have dollar amount when it's projected, and that's what we watched, we that it's only going to make it to 72,000.
And it does say in here proposed for two students, right? So presumably if there was a third student, they would be expected to come back to us.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, to me, what you're contracting, just knowing what your authority is and what you're limiting. I mean, if you have to do math outside of it, then you do math outside of it. It just would make sense. I mean, as a board, we're giving authority to use a vendor to do a certain amount of services, right? So. I would think.
I'm confused, Tom. So, I mean, so it says here, right, fiscal year 24 projected 72,861.62 students. Is that not what you're?
I'm looking at the contract.
Yeah.
Oh, not the.
I'm looking at,
funding.
I'm sorry, Marion, I'm looking at the agreement we have says something, but the agreement we have with the vendor just says.
So maybe what you'd like is
rate.
is like a memo of authorization on like what we're asking for, what they're asking the board for authorization on.
So I would more or less say, the next dollar amount to be spent would be 72,000 for, and just rounding this for the 2 students at 270.05 a day. That's what you're asking
Do you-
for, correct?
The contract, you wanna,
This raises all kinds of broader contracting issues. Is it correct that this one pager is the extent of the contractual agreement with this vendor to provide a service that involves transportation of a human being? Normally you'd see, where's the insurance requirements, for example, that we're holding this vendor to? Leaving alone things like, well, you have a total value cap in the contract. It seems super thin for something as critical.
This is what our lawyer is giving us. This is our standard template that we've been using.
There's a broader issue there to be addressed, just generally, on the contract.
yeah, I mean, here you're dealing with medical students with.
You could have all kinds of criteria. You could have driver requirements. You would have safety records. If I was gonna hire a trucking company to haul freight, I would pull their federal motor carrier records, for example, on safety. So there's nothing here about safety, liability, minimum requirements for drivers and so forth.
What we can do between now and 2 weeks is we can reach out to the legal team, pose these questions out there, either get an explanation or a recommendation for an amended form, amended approach, and we'll get that explanation to the board prior to the vote. Okay.
And I think, this discussion really has included in my mind 2 different bookends of that. One is, what authority is the board giving by voting yes, in terms of that you can go and do whatever you want within that authority. That's what we as a board do. We say, yes, you can spend this much money or you can do certain things. And then the one that Graham, I think, is bringing up is a lot more is what are the requirements of our vendor to ensure that we're covered good. And this discussion has come up, Graham, just in past as we've looked at other contracts. Ralph was pretty, a good eye and looking at stuff, but there's a lot of contracts. So I think it's a good bigger picture item. That for right now, we can keep these moving.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Our next item is for the Pilgrim Church parking contract.
Okay, this is, I'm saying this a lot tonight. This is a continuation of an ongoing relationship without much change other than the costs that you see explained here. As you know, we've used the Pilgrim lot for decades across the way. They've been good partners for us, and what you see here is initial kind of bump in the contract because of the CPI increases over the past 2 years, and so there's kind of a little bit of adjustment there in the first year of the contract, and this allows us to continue that service. So there we go. Any other questions?
My question was, how many spaces?
Oh, right.
I mean, it's because again, we're renting a parking lot, and if they put in a. Pardon? What's it?
Where is 100 spaces? I'm not 100% sure.
What?
Yeah.
I guess it's
Yeah, Cindy just said 100. To be fair, I actually had forgotten that you asked that question. My apologies. But we can go out there and figure that for sure.
We can go.
I will say this relationship is one that very, very much works for us. More would be great. There is no more room. Every single day of the school year, if you go out of that lot, every single space is taken. by our teaching staff.
Section 1E does define up to 80 spaces.
Okay.
There's actually more meat in this.
Thank you very much.
I missed that.
It's, sorry, 1D is 100 spaces and then the evening 80 spaces.
Yeah.
Right, so you're right on both counts, 80 and 100, depending on daytime or evening.
That's what we like to be here.
So,
Sign on both.
I think we should make faculty walk 5 or 6 blocks.
So that's it.
It's there. Very good.
Okay, so you'll see this again in 2 weeks.
Next,
Okay, next up is the property casualty liability and workers' comp insurance renewal for 23-24, and Cindy is here. If there are any questions on that. Perhaps that's enough.
No, I have some, comments, questions, over here, over here.
Okay.
Some good. Some comments and. I will disclose that this is my vocation. So I have a little more information,
That's fine.
a little more, a little more knowledge. Than most people, when you start talking insurance, the eyes glaze over. Their mouths start to open. We don't have a representative or broker here tonight.
She was going to be here, but she had an emergency, so
Okay.
she can't be here tonight.
Okay, so, one of the things, well, I just go through what I have here in these comments is, I think we have a $25,000 deductible on our property.
Correct.
And we're paying close to $200,000. I mean, usually if we can increase that and get a 5-year payback, I think that's something we should look at and do.
We actually did, we asked to see what it would be if we were, if we moved the deductible up to 50,000. And that would be an increase of just a little under $9,000, which would be great, except for this year, we did have a claim that's costing us upwards of $90,000. Or it could have costed us $90,000.
No, I understand that. That was more of a kid
Yeah,
kind of thing,
right.
huge wins that are. But other than that, I think our loss history's been pretty good.
So very
I
good.
mean, I can't remember any.
The boiler is the last one I remember.
I did see, although it's not big dollars in premium, the increase on the crime coverage kind of stumped me. What I've seen in the marketplace has been pretty flat.
Mhm.
So I kind of want to see what the explanation is on why it's such a large percentage wise, even though it's not large dollar increases there. And the other concern I have about the crime policy, which is primarily employee dishonesty.
Mhm.
We're sitting here with $1.3 million in a budget and $70-80 million or whatever our fund balance is today. I don't know. Is $1 million of limit sufficient? What are our peer districts doing?
And actually, if you have a little bit of a notes on the sheet that, the $1 million crime limit is not typical school districts. Normally it's about, 500,000.
Really,
Yeah,
this seems
well,
very low with the kind of money that goes through our hands. Also, our sub-limit for social engineering. Social engineering, they'll know what it is.
Mhm.
It's basically a social engineering fraud kind of thing.
Mhm.
I send over an email to you saying, here's looking like I'm the elevator repair guy, and say here's an invoice for $150,000. Please pay it. And you pay it.
Yeah.
Okay. So those kind of claims, those kind of, and it should be, the coverage should be on both the crime coverage and the cyber liability,
It is,
okay? And just to see what our limits are, because those are can be pretty substantial claims.
yeah, in the, actually in the district's crime policy, it's, the supplement is 50,000.
That's not very much. What about the cyber, do you know?
She didn't put down the, sidewalks.
I mean, if the cyber is $500,000, then I'd say you're covered.
Okay.
On the workers' compensation, we're seeing an increase. And it's my understanding that is primarily because of the estimated payrolls have increased.
It is, yes.
Our experience mod has been staying low, because I think we had a really good one of under 90.
Yeah.
Okay, are those payroll increases that they're estimating, you reconcile those and they're adequate?
Yes.
Okay.
There would be some.
The other thing that's, I would advocate for the cyber liability to buy the additional limit. But what's important is what the cyber, we talk about social engineering, but also the extortion, the cyber extortion limit, because the claims that are going to happen these days, all right, and I guarantee this is the way it works. And I've had a couple claims with some municipalities, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everything goes completely, all right, and you get a ransom demand, all right, and they'll demand $1 million, $1.5 million, 2 million, 5 million. Then you call in and, a negotiating expert team or your insurance company does, and they negotiate it down. But those are more the claims now than, the hacking, and the malware and those kind of destroying or transmitting viruses. The claims that are occurring now in the marketplace today are these cyber extortion, so we need to make sure that we have an adequate limit on that.
We did ask for 3 million. And truthfully, it's a little bit harder for school districts to offer that 3 million limit. And
We have a lot of records.
yeah, yes. And the additional cost would be just over $47,000.
Additional cost or the total?
Additional cost.
But I'm talking about just, where's our sub limit on extortion?
Sub limit is 250,000.
Okay, so the question is, what would it cost to bring that up to $1 million?
I mean, I would also add, I agree, Fred. I certainly defer to Fred on all things insurance policy oriented, but that really stuck out to me, the cyber, the limits on the cyber liability are, I feel like that amount is minuscule. I think it should be much larger than $2 million. And so I'd like to see numbers up to 10 and 20 million. I think that there are so many different aspects of that that to consider, and so many different ways that high school could be very deeply harmed by a data breach, considering the sensitivity of the records. And I just, 2 million seems very low to me.
Right, but I think that's what they can buy.
Oh, we're only allowed to buy that much.
Well, I think you'll go to the marketplace, but and if you're a manufacturer or some other kind of industry, you might be able to buy that $10 million limit, but because the exposure is in the number of records you hold electronically, especially personal identifiable information. And so, I mean, he might be able to go out and find another $5 million, but it's going to be really expensive.
Yeah.
But, please ask the question.
Sure. Absolutely.
The other question then I had was, as far as our brokers concerned, Alliant, what other services can they provide us that we're not taking care of? that we're not taking advantage of? Do they have loss control services?
Yeah, actually, we've been utilizing the loss control, yes. Also, too, we did a risk management assessment this past spring, so they've also had some programs and some trainings that we can do through them.
Great.
And we're gonna start taking advantage of that too.
And then does our carrier offer, if we invest in those kind of programs, a lot of times carriers will have funds to reimburse the cost of those programs?
Yes.
All right, so we should find out what that is and take every advantage of it.
Okay.
And then I also recommend that going forward, I think there should be an insurance committee for property casualty. I know we have one for health benefits, but just to meet maybe quarterly, and review loss control programs, review losses. See what, you know, you want to look at what are the reserves set up at. You know, somebody slipped and fall and they got $150,000 reserve. You know, is that really where it's going to settle out at when everything's said and done? I think if you had 3 to 5 people meeting quarterly for an hour to review these kind of things with our broker, I think it will be helpful.
Okay.
So,
Anybody else? My question is,
Yes.
it's gonna be so easy. What did we have in our budget or projection model for increased insurance costs for this portfolio of costs?
We had 5% increase. And this is a 9% increase.
So we're
So it's gonna go up. You'll see that in the 5-year projection when we do the tentative budget, but it will be included in the budget because we're still working on the budget currently. And that will be presented to the PFC on June 28th.
yeah, I actually saw that presentation this afternoon. In first quarter, property casualty is average from 10 to 18% increases.
So we're doing.
So yes, and most of this is driven by property, which is increased values,
Yes.
and which is more than half of the increase in property. And then also the workers' comp, which is driven by values.
Exactly.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to move from property casualty liability insurance to the dance party DJ. We're so.
Yes, last but far from least, it's never too early to start talking about homecoming 23. So every year we have a contract for our DJ for homecoming, and this one is not the same. This is a shift from what we've had, and so I'll turn it over to you two if there's any little intro you want to share out, and then we'll open it for questions. Please.
So I have Angie Hawkins with me from our student activities, and this is one of our most popular dances of the school year. So it is very important for our students. And we're going to talk a little bit about the switching contract for this year.
So for the past several years, I believe almost 20, close to 20, we've been using a company called Boom. This year, the price was pretty high, so we thought this year we should take a look and reevaluate whether that was the best option. So we went out and acquired 3 different contracts from 3 different DJ companies, including the DJ that we've used for several years for prom. That DJ came in at about $10,000 less than last year. And because this is a company that we know and trust, and it was pretty much line for line the same as what Boom was going to offer, we decided we're going to make a switch and we're going to try a new DJ this year.
And so that's the contract that you see attached in the board docs. There was a question that came up in terms of the cost of the ticket. Just know that there are some extras that are also done to make the accoutrement to this event exciting to our students. They like to feel like it's the Oscars and do all the things. And so there's some extra flair that is often added. But what the committee will do is look at what that cost will be, and it is possible that these ticket costs could come down a little bit in order to match that. Do know that if there's any surplus, it is Spirit Council that puts this event on, and so it would go into Spirit Council's budget, and then they use that for different events for the students on school-wide events. So that's where that money would go. If there's some surplus, but we won't have like a $20,000 surplus. We would lower the tickets before we just have that much surplus.
Sorry, I'm just missing where the ticket prices. Is it listed in here somewhere?
It is, it's on your memo.
$23.
Okay, I just missed it.
Yes, so it was not, definitely won't be higher than that, but quite possibly will be lower than that.
Be lower.
Oh, and we're lower than the Taylor Swift tickets for here, so this, we are winning, yes. And this is a very sought after ticket, so you know that we have as much popularity as Taylor.
I just heard you said we have Taylor Swift booked for homecoming?
Yes.
Bob, you can't. Who's Taylor Swift?
I'm exclusive interview.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions about Taylor or the homecoming?
I have a question, this is in general, about our events for next year. Seeing as next year is, we're celebrating the centennial of the high school. Will that be a common theme through some of these things?
Very fun outside of homecoming, yes.
And you know, we have a yearly theme that we do each year, like we've done Return of the Pack and Pack Pride. We have a theme that's associated with our 150th year. Just to wait for whistle,
Right.
Wait for us, yeah, it's gonna be good.
Fred's actually just asking for an invite.
Okay.
I was here for the last one, for the centennial.
Right. Okay, I think we're good.
Thank
very
you.
much. And now we move to policy.
Yeah, we have two policy items, one is board discussion, but the first one is related to policy 810. This is something for our new board members. Was something that our board has discussed. Asking for us to review and provide kind of an update on how we want to best kind of tackle satisfying the requirements of policy 810. And so Ed, if you could for this, there is an attachment called BOE Communications Presentation. If you could pull that up. We'll be going through that in a moment here. And without anything else, I'll just turn it over to you, Karen, for your introduction, and you can dive right into why we did and what we learned and where we plan on going. Okay.
So like Dr. Johnson said, this presentation arose out of 4 questions about policy 10, which is our communications policy, and how well we are meeting the requirements of the policy, which is included in the presentation. I'm not going to read it. I'm sure you all have read it. So in order to really determine how effective our communications program is, we decided to do a communications audit with the National School PR Association, which is the industry group for my profession. So we had 2 auditors who came in the winter. Prior to coming on site, they did an extensive, you can go forward to slide 6. Before they came, we provided an extensive spreadsheet of all of our communications, not just things that my department does, but things like, any policies related to communications, Linda Parker's Wednesday word that she sends out to staff every week, things like that. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Wait, where do I
Just
point this?
Just point, hit it off, just. point.
Yeah. I am communications director. And then we did a nationally benchmark survey as part of the audit, the scope survey, and we met our participation targets. For the most part, we were just slightly below on faculty and staff, but not by much. And then a number of stakeholder focus groups. We had 91 participants across the spectrum of stakeholder groups. Okay, so the report itself is 64 pages. So this is a very high level look at the results that they provided for us. So first, they looked at district images and the district's image and strength, and those are summarized here. Just overall, we have a ton of opportunities for students, and we have a reputation for excellence. We have great leadership. We have a very supportive community. People in the focus groups refer to this as a destination school, a community asset. And the majority of participants rank the school as excellent or above average. And our staff, we have a very skilled, dedicated, and caring staff, which is across the board, not just our teachers, but our non-certified staff as well. Other strengths that they found through the research, very motivated students who care about excellence, and their parents are very place a high priority on excellence in education. Our focus on equity was mentioned as a strength. The development of the policy in recent years, as well as the changes to our freshman curriculum were part of that focus on equity. And then our researches on facilities, the ongoing efforts to keep our facilities updated, as evidenced by Project 2 moving forward. And then we move on to challenges. Stakeholder expectations. And our community has very high expectations. And sometimes those can put pressure on staff. There's a continued focus on equity. While many people spoke to our efforts, there are members of the community, as we certainly are aware, who have concerns that we haven't done enough. The renovation and construction project 2 has been a significant issue for us. We all know that. And then perceptions and knowledge about fiscal management. We are a very well-resourced school, but a large number across our stakeholder groups don't feel informed about our district finances. So that's definitely a challenge for us. Parent involvement was seen as a challenge. Some parents want to be more involved and spoke to the fact that our parent-teacher organization, B4SS, has essentially been dormant for a couple of years, and some folks talked about wanting to see that come back. And again, the high level of parent involvement is definitely an asset we have. Our parents really care about our school and their kids' education. But sometimes those expectations place stress on staff. And then perceptions about student behavior that several community members spoke about perceptions that there is excessive violence at the school. So moving on to the quality of communications, this, speaking in general, parents and employees are very satisfied. They rate our communications as excellent or above average. A far lower percentage of non-parent community members, which is 70% of our community, do not have children in the home. So it's the majority of the community. In this survey, 34% of non-parent community members rated us as excellent or average, which is not where we would like to see that number. Again, with the different facets of communications that were part of the survey, whether communications are easy to understand, accurate, timely, trustworthy, transparent, we were rated well by parents and by employees, and not as highly by community members who are not parents. Communication strengths. We are a school that's committed to effective communication, and the community believes that. The superintendent was praised by board members for his communication with the board. The visibility of our leadership is seen as a strength. Dr. Johnson and Principal Parker are highly visible, and people appreciate that. And just the sheer volume of communications that we put out, I can brag, the auditors mentioned a number of times, just for a two-person office, what a staggering amount of communications we put out.
Erin, that will be a word I don't know.
Oh, that is brought to us by Linda Parker.
Oh,
Staff and faculty, faculty, we are all one.
all right, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. We just use it all the time now. Sorry about that. Our challenge is that we do a really high volume of communications, but we need to increase two-way communication, and we need to evaluate the effectiveness of our communications, which this audit is doing. This is our baseline moving forward. Communicating to people with no connection to the school, that's our biggest challenge, I would say, and it's ongoing. And then maintaining trust. It's interesting, you know, we see a difference in parent and employee trust in our communications and transparency and trustworthiness, less so among the non-parent community members. So again, that is an area that we need to work on. Customizing and streamlining communication. People in the focus groups especially talk about how they would really like to be able to pick and choose or have more targeted communications. They feel overwhelmed by all the emails and communications they receive from us. So I have some ideas about how to change that for next year. Incorporating more marketing and branding into our communications. Concerns about crisis communications. Parents would they want to know more when we're communicating about a crisis incident, what happened, what's follow-up, what are we doing about violence prevention. This was done before our safety conversation that we had in the spring, so hopefully that did answer some questions, but that will also be an ongoing effort. And then emerging issues. They identified several issues in conversations in the focus groups that could become more serious issues. Turnover in top admin positions, competition for private high schools, made sense being forfeit, the student dress code, that sort of came out of left field. That's
I haven't heard anything.
yeah, we haven't really, so it's really emerging. It's pretty emerging. Next slide, where people are getting their information. Again, you can see there's a difference across stakeholder groups. For parents and staff, we inside the school are the primary source. For the community members, the local media and word of mouth are their two sources. And then just some general observations from the auditors that we have an outstanding reputation as a school. We need to be more strategic overall in our communications planning and how our communications align with our strategic planning goals. And then public criticism has caused some question stakeholder support, but the audit shows that that there really is a lot of trust in leadership, especially by parents and staff. Again, it's going to the non-parent community members who aren't as connected to the school, who aren't as aware of what's happening. So then the auditors gave 7 specific recommendations. Within these 7 recommendations, there are many smaller steps. Dr. Johnson and I talked through the different recommendations, and NSRA makes it very clear that these aren't changes that are gonna happen overnight. They recommend doing an audit no more than every 5 years, because it can take that long to roll out all the recommendations that they make. So highlighted in orange are the ones that we've talked about my office focusing on for next year. So as far as immediate next steps, identifying the core values that constitute our brand is a key piece of making our communications more marketing oriented. What is the value proposition that we are selling to our constituents, essentially? Creating a strategic communications plan, and then creating a team to monitor and proactively respond to potential issues rather than being so reactive. So that is my summary of the report, and happy to take questions.
I'll start with a little question. This is in terms of the social media strategy. I know that there is currently a parents group on Facebook, and I happen to have run into the person who runs that, and she's planning to stop and I think there's no plan to take it over, have someone take it over. So I'm wondering if that group goes away, do we have a Facebook presence that's run by the school?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. And
So
go ahead.
I wonder how that is pushed out, right? Like, I'm a member of 2 Facebook groups having to do with the school, neither of which I think is run by the school. And so I'm wondering if there's, I kind of live on Facebook, which is why I'm asking about that. And so I wonder whether there is, whether something about whether, in some of the bigger groups like Park Working Moms, et cetera, so on, whether there should be periodic, like, this is where the school's official Facebook group is, and check it out for information on so because I wonder if there's a, sort of a retention and awareness kind of thing that might need to happen there. Anyway, that's a really minor point. I just wanted to throw that at you because I was sort of startled when she said she was shutting it down. So
I had not heard that.
we were having.
I do follow
while buying tomatoes. So
I follow that group, but it's not a place where I post because we don't administer it. Yeah. So we over the years we have grown our following on Facebook and Instagram are our 2 primary. We also have the Twitter, although it's ranked lower. In the report you can see how people rank our different social media accounts. But it's always, my communications coordinator is the one who really oversees the social media, and every year it's a goal of hers, or it was a goal of hers, to grow, and she met her targets. So yeah.
And this is all very integrated.
If you like and interact and share our posts, perhaps we'll come up more in the algorithm. Just saying.
But you can, I'll go look for it. I'll pass to somebody else.
Other questions? I agree with you that identifying core values is foundational to a lot of other recommendations that are in the report and a lot of other work. What's your timeline for doing that?
For the identifying the core values?
For the first one, yeah.
It's something we're working on this summer. Part of it is coming through refining the strategic plan. We've already done a little bit of work of values mapping between the strategic plan, the Husky habits, and other values that come through in our communications. That's something I'd like to have nailed down sooner than later because it informs everything else.
And one piece of that, the challenge you have during the summer when you're trying to do that work is that you don't have your full building in place, right? So there'll be a little bit of fine tuning of that process once we kick the school year off again, so we can talk to folks. But
that's something we're doing completely in-house.
Rory, go ahead.
We do have a community member who's got a wealth of experience in communications, who is doing a bit of pro bono work with us. And she's helping us with values mapping, and we're in conversation about that.
Okay. I'm curious about one of the recommendations that's not on your priorities list, and that's engagement with the community in a different way. I think it's number 6 or 7. their recommendation was, number 7, engaging stakeholders in the professions in school. I'm just curious, sort of how you guys are prioritizing that. Where does that rank on your list, and what's our timeline for getting to that?
You want me to jump in on that, Karen?
Sure.
Yeah, so the 3, we should clarify that a little bit more, kind of give some more complex information about how we're gonna prioritize these. So the top 3 are the ones that Karen is going to make top priorities for her office and her work next year. There are things that we have begun to discuss in some of the other areas, and 7 is one of them, where both Principal Parker and I have talked about the need for kind of a visibility presence in some places where we're not currently visible, and specifically that's places that are not school directly adjacent, right? So the one that is mentioned in the report is that I am a member of the Rotary here in the community, right? That's one, right? So trying to expand that presence is something that we want to talk about with Matt. So it doesn't mean that we aren't, dipping our toe or making adjustments in some of the areas. It just means it's not a sustained focus out of her office for next school year as we move forward. So it's not like we're ignoring the others, but we might not have them be a specific part of the strategic plan that she is developing for communications moving forward. Does that?
Yeah, that's a good approach. Just a comment, I was really struck by this report, of how all 3 stakeholder groups were so complimentary about this institution, about the leadership. There were really a lot of very positive findings, and also a lot of complimentary comments and findings about our communications efforts. I don't want that to get lost. I really applaud the administration for doing this. I realize the board asked you to, but this is a really good report, and I would recommend this to anybody interested in the communication strategy effort here.
Yeah.
I thought the consultants did a terrific job. It's really thorough. The recommendations are really interesting. There's a lot of meat there.
Yes, a lot.
More than many consultants reports that you might get. So kudos to you guys for engaging clearly in a quality way to get this level of feedback. I think it's really going to help us a lot.
Yeah, I want to clarify just one small thing. Thank you. And I think I want to just clarify one small thing with what you said too. The board was really, in previous conversations, really interested in us examining our approach to policy 810. And specifically kind of giving some follow-up information to the board on our communication initiatives. We chose the audit was something that we did to kind of not do it internally and try to do it from an outside kind of, objective and very kind of broad perspective. And so I was thrilled we did that. But I just want to clarify, this came from actually Karen's understanding of Spread. What they could potentially bring to the table for us. So thanks, Karen, for that.
I have a question.
Yes, yeah,
You first.
I'd like to know how if this passed muster, from an equity point of view. We had a report a couple of board meetings ago. Of Apple. And she said that that one of the most difficult things was the communication with parents of African American students. And when I look at the number 518 parents that met the participation target, I'd like to see that broken down demographically.
I can tell you that so the scope survey, they don't ask demographic questions. We ask them to add that because whenever we do research, we ask demographic questions. So I can tell you, the demographics. The respondents were primarily white women, I will say.
And that's how this reads.
Yeah.
Frankly. And my biggest concern is the people that we really need to be able to communicate with
Mhm.
are the ones that are not responding. And that is our number one challenge. I gotta tell you, that's where we need to be focusing our direction. Because if we can get those parents in particular, and then the rest of the community, if we can engage them and we can work with Apple, then we'll see some real progress. And, you know, this reads, I mean, it reads exactly what was surveyed. And it was, as I read this presentation, it's exactly the first thing that came up. So I really think that we need to take that into consideration.
Mhm. I think that's a very fair point. It's, I will be honest, it's something that we've always struggled with when we do surveys and research, is getting participation that reflects our demographics.
So can I jump in?
Yeah.
We did a survey at the library, and we had targeted goals for, I mean, that the research company did for getting demographic participation across categories, and so that we ended up with a representative. So I would say this is maybe something for administration to look at, up to the library about who did their surveys, because I kind of had assumed, so really glad you brought that up, Fred, because I had assumed that this organization had done a similar kind of outreach, and it turns out they haven't, and so I think that's really important. So I think you have any trouble finding it.
Would you please go back to the slide with the different methods that you currently employ to reach out to parents and community members? That one, right? The orange background.
This one?
No, the one you were just on, that had the 3 boxes, top 5 information sources.
There we go.
Yes. So, this is expanding on Fred's comment to some extent. But I think that, looking at some of these the currently employed methods of reaching out are maybe it merits looking at if some of them are a little antiquated, given where we're at right now. I think that it makes sense to look into SMS technology as a way to really keep parents more engaged. There's lots of good data on especially harder to reach demographics in the parent community that smart rollout of SMS technology. There's lots of great programs out there, like SMS Magic comes to mind, and they're pretty inexpensive and can be pretty seamlessly integrated into systems. And I think that really would help a lot in getting to a demographic we're having a hard time reaching. I think it would merit a good look.
I absolutely agree. Being able to reach our families that way has been a limitation with our current systems. And I think with the tech audit that we've done and some of the reforms we're instituting there, it's something I would like to see us implement as quickly as possible. I think you're absolutely right. Parents want text information.
And I found the library report, and so they did a random sample of 3,400 households, and additionally over samples of 300 Black residents and 300 renters. So they were very consciously doing additional work to give us that broader picture.
Great.
So first of all, I have one communication related request. I would ask if we can get all of our memos and slide decks that the administration produces to have page numbers on them. Because they're easier to refer to, and then I often print them out and get the pages out open.
We can do that.
Thanks. So I thought the report was really interesting. I think the bar charts are very interesting. I read them a little bit differently. I saw that those who had a connection to the school, either a teacher or you're a parent, you tend to rate the communication much higher than if you're just a random person in the community, which kind of makes sense. At the risk of repetition, I am hugely interested in that topic of equity as it relates to communication. Because even when we were on the campaign trail, we talked about, it's a lot of the usual folks who tend to show up at board meetings or PTO meetings and so forth because they can. They're doing that from a position of privilege. And the fact that these folks, when they did this survey, may have missed important demographic groups to us. It's kind of water under the bridge, but as I understand it, you're taking these recommendations, you're going to go execute on 1, 2, and 3. 1 being develop and implement a strategic communication plan that supports the school's goals. So that's what you're doing heading into the fall, right? So this is a terrific opportunity to then put equity front and center in how you execute that. Will it be the case that you'll be coming back to the board for some funding specifically for that communications plan development?
No,
So you don't think you need additional staff persons or additional outside resources in order to develop?
I don't feel like I do it this time. No.
All right. And then the last item is, number 7, tactics to engage stakeholders with no connection to the school. The report talks a lot about channels. And I'm assuming that's going to be a big component of your communications plan. But there's channels and then there's content. My perception as a recent parent is that content to me seems pretty good for the community that's already connected to us, parents and staff. But in order to reach out to the community, are you going to have a big content creation need there? Or would you rely on existing messaging that you have? Because rando community members just care about different things than parents and staff.
Yeah. In talking with my colleagues in the field, and this is something I've been, thinking about, I think that in general, what the community wants to know is that are there tax dollars? Is their investment in the school being spent wisely? And are we producing excellence for their investment? So, student achievement, teacher achievement, and what is the value that they're getting for their tax dollar? I think it's just sort of the general way I frame it, from a community perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and connecting the dots, because I'm looking at the same slide, which, I'm sorry, the one that shows the different information sources, it's pretty, there's definitely a difference between what the community uses and what others use. And so we're trying to, trying to impact them, if they're looking at local media and word of mouth, how much local media is there about excellence of students and activities, I don't.
I actually have a whole spreadsheet where every media mention we're tracking and have done for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. And is it a positive story? Is it a negative story? And that's something I can.
Okay, that'd be interesting to see this about. Dr. Johnson and I were at a meeting with other elected folks earlier this week, and there was kind of a parallel discussion. In this, it was the same concept of how do we reach those that we can't reach. In this case, it was a collaboration talking. They're trying to reach the people that need, their services, et cetera. So we're not, there's a lot of people in this boat of how do you reach the ones we can't reach. And Fred, I think you get it. What?
I'm not just saying we can't reach, but don't reach.
We're not effectively reaching, right? So I think that really, to me, is the thing that resonates. For the people that we reach, it is good, but it's how do we reach the ones that we need to reach? And I would say there's 2 buckets. There's, those who have impacted by the school directly, which Fred, and then there's just the general public. And Cause I'm looking, it says local media and we have a situation show up on TV about a wrestling incident that it showed up on the news on what was it, the 18th of April. For a situation that happened on the 8th of April that just branded us as, it was OPRFA, I mean, it's just.
It was something that was just hosted here. It was not our event.
Not our students.
And not our students.
Right, so I mean, those are forces that are out there that I don't know if we can tame, right? But we just gotta then play our game to the best we can.
Mhm.
And what our message is, because we can't control.
I mean, I think that we kind of go in front of this, who do we have a responsibility to provide accurate communications to, right? And, first and foremost, the students and the students' parents, and they're the ones that are the most at stake at any the moment, right? So we can think of it as, outward concentric circles. Once you make sure you've addressed your obligations to them, then the larger Oak Park community, right? Then, if we can influence, what Chicago television chooses to show, I mean, great, but I don't think it can be our main priority.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
I think going back to these slides, when you look at the parents' top two methods of communication are direct. Direct from the school to the parent, email, robocalls. Okay. Same thing really with the staff as well, it's just email and calendar on the website. But the community is local news, word of mouth, which we have absolutely no control. Right, so the question is, how do we have to supplant them with a different method? And I go back to the River Forest collaboration that I was a part of it, and the work that we did in creating the community calendar, and trying to think of how we can engage the community, maybe from an electronic point of view, with what's going on. Because what the community sees are the fights that make the Channel 2's news because somebody in the building took a movie of it, took a video of it and sent it off to some reporter, and they had 3 minutes to fill on their nightly news, so.
It's a real challenge with everyone's inundated with communications from so many sources all day long. It's just noise, and it can be very hard to break through that noise. I actually think there's a place for print and doing, we were doing a mail newsletter, and then we started collaborating among the taxi bodies in Oak Park, and now we do it as an insert in the village newsletter. We don't pay for the mailing, we just pay for the printing. I think we need to go back to doing our own newsletter mailed to every household in both villages. It's coming to people's mailboxes 4 times a year or whatever. Is a really direct way of reaching people, and it's sitting on your mail stack, not just, something you scroll past in your inbox. So I think it's just a matter of using all available channels to the best of our ability.
there's an equity issue there too with age. One of the issues I know the library is struggling with is seniors protesting, getting rid of print media. So that's just another piece of it. I think one thing that kind of, I'm one of the people overwhelmed by email. Like there's way too much.
I think we all
And I'm
are.
also overwhelmed by the robocalls because we get it, I get it, my husband gets it, and our landline gets it. So every time a robocall gets out, we get it 3 times. So, I think you said you had some ideas for streamlining that high volume mass communication that to make it more targeted. Like it would be great if there were like radio buttons that when your kid enrolls, you could be like, these are the things that I want, and just automate it all, right? So you should not be making decisions. It should be an automated system where it just plugs in, and then I can be like, I only want emails about critical information, like certain, like have categories, right? And then you can like say like, I want these. Some parents will want all the emails. Some will be like, just give me the high level stuff or give me the deadlines or whatever it might be, right? So for me, that's what I would want as a parent. So school board member, I have to read them all, but
Okay, so I think this has been fruitful and but we're
You have one more question, Tom.
I didn't go ahead.
So did we gather media preferences from the survey respondents? And can link them to the the demographic that, for instance, that don't have a rosy perspective on what's happening here?
We do have what their preferences are. They, it was not broken down by demographics. The scope survey that they used, they had no demographic question at all, so we had them add that for people to fill out, but there's I feel like I'm not answering your question.
I was just wondering if there's a way that if through the survey administered, if we could identify make the linkages to those that had reported a not so favorable view of what's happening at the school district level and identify what their media preferences are.
Yeah, I mean, it is categorized. In the report itself, it's broken out, by the large groups, by parents, employees, and community members, what their preferences are. But that's it doesn't get any more granular than that.
And just one other quick question. I wanted to ask what your view as communications director is on the public service footprint of Oak Park River Forest High School, and if it is positive or one to celebrate, if it's being properly documented and celebrated.
Say more about what you mean by public service.
I mean seeing Oak Park River Forest students, staff, community in the broader community in a public service context. I'm just curious, just in community engagement broader through programs and services and charitable activity.
I don't really have data. I mean, that wasn't captured in this report, and I wouldn't say that I have data where I could really speak knowledgeably to that.
Yeah, it's a bit of an aside from the report. I'm just curious what your perspective is, because that's definitely something that we should include and celebrate in communications and branding, marketing and branding, if the public service component, if it is robust and meaningful and doing really good things in the community.
I mean, we do have that happening, but we don't have a service requirement here at the school.
Well, no, I know that. I'm just asking about how that's documented and celebrated through communication.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. And I just want to clarify really quickly, we actually do have a public service, community service project that is part of our civics class. So it's not a separate graduation requirement, but the civics class is in itself a graduation requirement.
Right.
And within that, all students have to do a community service project. So gathering some information on that and evaluating that from its presence in the community and how that affects and how we kind of celebrate that, right, in our messaging is something that we can consider. And we have avenues where we've done similar types of celebrations throughout the year for some of the things our students are doing in a positive manner. That's one that can certainly be added to the lot, perhaps even something that could make it to a board showcase sometime down the road. So
can you, sorry, last question, can you remind me when we paid scope for this report?
And Spread did the audit, I think it was around, I'm gonna say 18,000.
That's substantially less than what the library spent on our survey. So
thank you for the conversation, feedback, and the robust conversation. Get moving on the strategic elements, and make our most of the information we're gonna have here to take some positive steps. Thank you.
Okay, our next topic is about board member committees, and this one is going to be an abbreviated discussion to meet certain needs. This will not be a full-fledged discussion, so I did forward to all board members what the different organizations, be it a committee, be it liaison rule, etc., that exist, and with the transition of board members and the transition, we have a lot of vacancies and items that need to be staffed. Okay, most of this we would normally do at the beginning of the school year. Just chance to kind of, it's a good reset. I'm bringing it forth on this day because we do have an obligation to be represented on iGov, and I don't know if anyone here has had any involvement. Okay, you've been involved in iGov, Graham, you have. And so what I'm looking for today is we had on iGov, it was Ralph and Sarah. Before that, it was Ralph and myself. Right now, it's nobody and nobody. And I want to know if anyone would be interested in being representing the district on iGov, and let me spell out what that means. iGov does meet monthly. It's Saturday mornings at 8:30 or 9 for an hour. It is actually been by video, at least up until recently. And it is the multiple, it's all the different, I'm not supposed to say taxing bodies, all the different institutions, public institutions, there to share practices. And I thought it was very worthwhile and a good chance to share, best practices and things. From that, there were two that came forth. There's been a big theme on sustainability and trying to, bring common voice to that. There's been effort on, trying to help educate people on the electoral process and what it means to be a board member and all that other stuff. So does anybody here?
I'm happy to do it. I actually prefer early morning to evening, so away from that.
Okay.
The only larking. But I know you need to.
Yeah, I mean, and I will do it if need be. I mean, I've enjoyed it, but I just want to give opportunity before I move on. So
If you guys want it, I mean. It's still mostly Oak Park centric, right? Or there's not a River Forest component.
correct. It is Oak Park. We are the outlier in having River Forest, representation.
River Forest has a collaboration committee that I've been a part of.
So it's the library, it's the park district,
Yeah.
it's 97 and 200 and in the village.
Yeah.
I think that's the 5 that are members. Okay. So I think right now we've got our answer. Mary Ann and I will handle.
And there's one this Saturday.
There's one that I have the information. I will forward it to you and we can determine. And the reason for 2 is that if one makes it, then you back each other up. Okay. The other one that's of interest or concern that we need to think about, and they all need to be thought about, and we'll go through them, is the collaboration, because again, we have both of our members on the collaboration are gone. And I'm saying these ones because there's different levels of obligation, but
the collaboration by the bylaws, we have to have two members. So think about that one.
This is the collaboration for.
For early childhood, yes, the collaboration for early childhood, so that one, I've got what I need for the immediacy here. I did send you the materials, so do a little bit of, committee shopping of, which ones fit your fancy the most, and then we will start with the volunteering and then move to the signing. We will address that. So I think we can close on that one. And with that said, are there any future agenda items for this committee meeting? Okay, seeing none, then I am going to
We schedule the next meeting,
the next one.
next one. We're gonna do that today, or that the other meeting.
So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna recess the committee meeting because we need to return to closed session. But while we're in recess, we're now gonna do our special board meeting because we have to approve things that need to be done. You following me? So it's recess and now it's the bells ringing and it's time. So can we
Going straight to special?
we're going to special, please.
Okay.
We're there.
Same link, yeah.
All right.
No.
Let me find the. Okay. So I call to order the special board meeting at 9:24 p.m. On Thursday, the 8th of June, in the boardroom of Oak Park River Forest High School, and after roll call.
Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Dr. Livingston,
Here.
Dr. Maharaj,
Here,
Mr. Barnhorst.
Here.
Mr. Brisbane,
Here.
Mr. Kowski.
Here. Okay, we gotta go to the right agenda. Okay, our first order of business is public comment. Do we have anybody sign up for public comment?
None.
Okay. Our next order of business is our action items. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, summer hires, transfers, and resignations.
second,
Any questions? Roll call, please.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
yes,
Mr. Barnhorst,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
No.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes. The yeses have it, passes, and I now move to approve approval of administrator and non-licensed director contracts for the 2023-2024 school year.
second,
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
yes,
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Barnhorst.
Yes.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes. And that completes our action items for this special board meeting. Any future agenda items for this? Seeing none, I move to adjourn the special board meeting at 9:25 p.m.
Second.
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. The board meeting that is closed. Okay. We are done and closed session, so that will be all for, we don't need anyone else for this. We're resuming open session of the committee of the whole meeting. And I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.